Alrighty. I think we may be live. Welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome. Eduardo, welcome my friend. Clarence, good to see you. Good to have you back, Eduardo. Jim C, welcome. Frenchie, what's going on, my man? Yeah, look, gonna be honest. Today, I'm running on fumes, but that's all right. That's okay. And there's good reason for, I mean, I don't know, define good reason, but I'll get into that a little bit later. But just give me the thumbs up and all that good stuff with the audio and all that sort of stuff, so I don't have to dick around with it later. If it's all coming through loud and clear, the music's not too much, that would be much appreciated. Where are we at? Good as usual. Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, Frenchie. Awesome. Great to have you, Jim. Buddy, fantastic to have you. So I'll wait for a few more people to sort of filter in. We're going to ease into this one because, as I mentioned earlier, I'm kind of running on fumes. Now, I don't know if you guys have had this. You probably have. Who am I talking? I'm talking to artists, right? Where you feel like a distinct level up in your skill, right? And you're like, huh, okay, this is fun. And then you end up staying up until 4 a.m. That was me last night. So I'll show you what I was working on in a sec. Yeah, video's coming fantastic actually. I've just started to pass it around to a few of my sort of like inner circle, I guess you could say, the people that I want to get feedback from. And it's edited up, it's all ready to go. I've got systems in place now as well, so the next one should be coming out a lot sort of faster. I've got sort of the software working the way I want it to. Got all the script and all that sort of stuff. Just the pipeline, I just wanted to get that ready. And so it's probably procrastination, to be perfectly honest with you. It's like, what would you call it? Like, kind of useful procrastination, because it's going to help in the future. But it is really just like, yeah, figuring out how I can get these out between a week and a half to 2 weeks, every one of those, because I think any shorter, the quality could dip. But as I get better, the speed will increase. So there's that as well. Yeah, I know, Frenchie. We're waiting. I'm waiting too. All right, it's just I just can't wait to just get the first one out, break the seal, and it's done. And then just keep pumping them out. Welcome, Z. When I figure something out, I get locked too. Yeah, look, it was yeah, well, it was like 3:30, 4 maybe until I got to sleep. And here, I'll show what I was working on. This guy. I was just like really excited working on this one. So I just like figured out a bunch of stuff. There's still a bunch to go on it, but it was sort of like a good time. You know those ones where it's just like an absolute slog and you're just like, oh fuck, when is this over? This one, I was like, oh, I could keep going for another 6 hours. So these are completely made up characters. Can't wait to drop the sketch note on these ones because there's a lot that I want to talk about with this. That's the best thing about the sketch notes and the content that I love is it forces me. It doesn't force me, but it's just like a nice byproduct of figuring out things. And like I'm going to push myself anyway, but I get to share the new things that I've learned and blah blah blah. Frenchie, nice. Take your time. It's the first real big video of the channel. You know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it is what it is, and it's yeah. I'm not. I don't want to be tied too much to it because that's. I'm feeling like all the same things that I did when I first started Instagram. It's just like all the imposter syndrome, all the fucking like. Oh, is anyone even going to give a shit? Who cares what I think? Blah 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 blah. It's all coming back. So yeah, it's been a process, but it's been fun. It's been really good. I'm actually enjoying the editing process. Good morning, Chibi. Welcome. Ray Black, good to see what you're up to. I appreciate it, my friend. Welcome. I'm going to be more active in Discord soon as well. It's just this YouTube video has been kicking my ass. So, and I know you're bloody been posting all sorts of stuff in the Discord. So, I appreciate you. The underwater effect is really great. I mean, this could very easily be underwater. Actually, it could be. Who knows? He does look kind of aquatic. But my initial idea was that it's out in space, so maybe I got to put some stars and shit in the background just to make that clearer. There's just like I want to make him sort of like a guy that just he's not like your typical astronaut. Like he has I want to put like stickers on the side of his helmet, right? Like he likes listening to certain kinds of music. I don't know, just like. I don't know, give him more character instead of just like typical like astronaut dude. He's kind of like the bad boy of astronauts. I could even give him some tattoos or something, I don't know. But like there's some thought that went into this as to like this guy. Because that I'm gonna have it sort of like if he gets like angry, like it's like a frill neck lizard sort of thing. Which gives him more character, which you can even tie into a little bit of this guy's sort of hair as well. So there's like a connection between them, kind of. I don't know if that's a bit of a stretch, but it was something I was thinking about. And he's got a little bit of glowiness in here. This needs some cleanup. But yeah, no, I was having a bloody blast doing this, and I've been using some different processes, and I even went back. Like I started this as I just went for it and I just started to paint. And I thought, all right, no, go step back and see if we can sort of think about. So that's where I started with. I just started to paint him like that. I want to bring back some of this painterly feel into this. This is looking a little bit sterile. But then what did I do? So I started to do some of this. Right, I wanted to understand the characters more. Oh, come on, what are you doing? Photoshop, you fucking... Okay. So I wanted to sort of understand a little bit more about the characters, some expression tests, what old mate here is sort of like as a character. And this is what I'm talking about, like the frill neck, like getting him, like when he gets pissed off. Like he's all cute and everything to begin with. I actually like this face a little bit better, so I'm going to tweak the other one to somewhat match this. But I got a bunch of reference from like lizards and shit, and like even turtles and bits and pieces, like yeah. And then just having a think about how his full body would go, what sort of shape language, I guess. So yeah, I'm getting way into like just this whole other side of like really analyzing stuff. Yeah, you can make shit look like pretty and whatever, but sharing my thinking behind things and going that step further is really it's bloody fun. And it's sort of, you ease, at least for me, you kind of, I've been easing into like that's a good way to put it. Not to pat myself on the back, but like you ease into this. This isn't a struggle because you've done all the workings out beforehand. You understand like a bit of the anatomy of him. You do tests like this, like you do like value tests like this. All right, you test it out and then you use your own thing as reference. You play around with the colors. You don't make it super tight to begin with. All right, so it's, yeah, I have a ton of fun with it. And it could be, and I want to do it as a draw this in your style as well. I've got to figure out how to run one of those. I don't know, I've never done one. I've never participated in one myself. So that's something to figure out. I don't think it's as hard as I'm imagining it to be. I think it's literally just draw this in your style and then like add a hashtag, I guess. I don't know. Anna, welcome from Faroe Islands. Where's that? Eduardo Ben, what do you think about fan art? Do you think it's a good practice? 100%. Have you seen my Instagram? I'm still struggling with getting rid of the line art when I'm done painting. Yeah, that's a whole... it helps if you separate... if you separate the pieces, right? So that's like it can be done. The way I think about all these different like layer modes and all that sort of stuff, they're a means to an end, right? They're not the thing. I could technically have done this guy all on one layer, completely all on one layer, and just straight up painted it, right? But the reason why we use layers and that sort of stuff is for efficiency. So if I look at this, like I've got the head as like a separate thing, right? And I did have his line work on a separate layer, but then I ended up merging them down into, like, once I get it to a certain point, I merged them all down, and then you could use that. Once it's all one layer, you can sort of alpha lock that layer, right? Which is basically just doing a clipping mask on itself to say, don't go out of the confines of this shape. And that encompasses the line work as well. And then I'll just go around the edge and just clean up like the line work where I don't want it. It is a bit of work, but that could also be a stylistic thing to keep the line work as well. So just a little tip. Your small phone screen deceived me. Well, water and glass is shiny, you know what I mean? It's all same. How did you come up with the idea? I don't know, actually. I can't. I literally got a piece of reference. Like I bought a reference pack, and there was just a dude like 3/4 view. I was like, all right, I'll just go with this, and then I just sort of started sketching, and that's why, like, I reckon studying is a good practice, because you have these ideas just pop into your head, I wanted to do some different materials. I must have seen something online about like an astronaut or like a helmet of some sort. And yeah, no, I appreciate it, music. The girl behind the tree, welcome, welcome. He's looking something at very confusing. Yeah, I want to change potentially the expression as well, because it's not exactly what like he's scared out of his bloody mind. He's like what? Could work. I don't know. Maybe I won't. Queso, welcome. Christian, what's happening, man? Welcome, welcome. As I mentioned before, for those of you that have just popped in, it's going to be a more chill stream. I'm running on fumes because I was working on this guy until like 3 in the morning. It was just one of those days where inspiration hits and you say, to hell with my health and sleeping patterns. Bastion, greetings from Chile. A little question. When it comes to light, you work with different layers in case you need to change the mood of the entire drawing entirely. Yeah, layers just help. Layers for me just give flexibility. All right, layers and layer modes are a means to an end. They give flexibility and they're time saving. The principles are the same. I'm using like a multiplier layer mode or like different layers to get different effects to represent a particular lighting setup. I could technically do this in oil paints as well. So yeah. Anna. The Faroe Islands are technically a part of the Danish kingdom. It's an archipelago of 18 islands, and fun fact, there are more sheep than people. How cool is that, Anna? That's wicked. Very cool. Alright, let's get stuck into it. Enough bloody jibber jabber. Let's get this challenge completed. Probably not today, but let's progress. I've also got found some really cool resources that I'll be sharing on my newsletter, right? Of some things that have helped that sort of click from a character design perspective. I'll share them here as well. Let's get rid of the thumbnails. All right. So the three, I'm going to do something live. Let's add some text here on OBS, the recording thing. Hopefully this works. Text, free type, create new. Okay. Text, woodlands. I think it was this. Woodlands, thief, surprise. Okay. Whoa. Whereabouts am I going to put that? That'll do. And as soon as I go to this scene, it's going to fucking disappear, isn't it? So I copy it to here. Let's move him. How do I change the bloody color of this? Apologies, everyone. You can see that I'm a little bit scattered today, but that's all right. Change the color. No, select font. No. All right. Well, that's stupid. Oh no, we got color. I spoke too soon. Okay. Great. And it's a gradient for some reason. Fantastic. Okay. So that should give some context at the very least for those that are popping in, which is fantastic. And let's bold him up. Bold. Shebang. All right. That'll do. That gives some context, right? I guess. Okay, so for those that are just joining in, this is a carry on. So this is season 1 of, I guess, a character design prompt thingamabob. So we've got 3 words. We've got woodlands, thief, and surprise. And this is what we have so far. So from memory, so we've got a lumberjack in the woods, woodlands, right? We've got the lumberjack getting stolen. So the thief is the alien bloke. And he's surprised. Okay. So the whole scene is him, like, he's chopping wood, but then he's like, whoa, 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 what's going on here? He's going to be surprised that he's being stolen. And then there's going to be, like, hopefully, like, a whole scene of the sort of alien in the background, the gravity gun of some sort, him sort of oh yeah, that's right. So this is why I like to add notes, all right, to when I close the file, because I will forget. As much as I think I'll remember, I will forget. Christy, welcome. We're doing a character design challenge. So 3 words at the bottom of the screen. That's what we're working with. Gabriel, you're right on bloody time. You are right on time, my friend. We haven't started yet. Though we've started with me bloody talking and whatever in the beginning. But so last week we started to go through a little bit of the characters. What are they? Who are they? I'm feeling there's a little bit more we can do with the alien side of things, I reckon, but I'd like to get some value tests done. Just like the other one, just like here. Uh-oh. Where's my value test? Here. Just like this. This was super helpful because from afar you can see if stuff reads, and you're not spending like hours and hours doing this. You're just literally like staying zoomed out really far and just bap, 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 doing stuff super quickly. Gabriel, can you do more tutorials? I am but one man, Gabriel. I am but one man. But yes, I can do more tutorials. So where should we start? Where should we start? And yeah, follow along at home as well. How would you interpret? Let's have a look at some of these references that we picked up as well. I love the vibe of this. Right, it's woodlands in the back, right? We can do some of this camera effects, but we want to be careful that we don't zoom this guy out of focus. Or we could do a different. All right, I've got some ideas popping into my brain. We could do another. Let's have a look. Kind of another composition, which could be fun, where we're looking at, even though we've done all this work on the alien, we could be looking at the back of the alien. Right, and then he's got his ray gun coming down, and then sort of picking up the old mate lumberjack. That's another way to do it. Or we could have, we could have an alien in the foreground here. So it's like not just one of them. It's like a few of them that's like picking him up because he could be heavy. So you need like multiple anti-gravity. So let's write a note here. 2 aliens. Maybe? Who knows? So this is where I think like we can come back and, yeah, I don't know. This is the thing. I'm kind of like flying blind here. This is like a new process for me, or a little bit of a newer process. What do we think? I reckon we try and get something reading values wise, because I'm kind of like, these are pretty much the characters that are gonna be in there. That makes sense. So let's take a look at, let's organize our layers as well. That's a huge one. Toti, welcome. Good to have you. So, let's grab these guys here. So this is just a lot of this organizational shit. It's kind of like, yeah, let's just get to drawing. But the amount of time it does save you, it is worth sort of putting a bit of time in. Just to group some things, just so you know where they are. Particularly, this has actually got me with the video editing of the YouTube video. Being organized with the footage, because it gets like a freaking bird's nest real quick with all the files that you drag in and blah, blah, blah. So it's like a little habit that I'm trying to build. Character designs. So that's all the character designs. Now, what are these? So this is some cleaner. Yeah, I like I think we play around with some of these ideas. Robert Santos, I am using a graphic tablet right now. Okay, so these are, I would say, composition. Composition test. And I might never ever, that might be the last time that I ever open this file again in my life. But it cleans up the workspace, right? I also found something nice in Photoshop. You come here, you go into scripts, right? And then you come into delete all empty layers. Shabam. So then you just know that any bullshit layers are gone, which is great. And now let's create a new group and say value tests. All right, so then we've got to take into account the environment. So we're going to have background, middle ground, foreground. Ksatria 17. Hey, I like your drawing. Thank you so much. Welcome. Do you use the screen on your tablet? I don't. I'm too spoiled with this 5K display that I've got up here. This is like maybe a 2K screen or something like that. I would be okay with the 4K screen. If I had a 4K screen, 27-inch 4K screen by a company that rhymes with Smack-On, I'm looking at you. If you want to sponsor a video and give me the 27-inch, I'll be yours. But no, I don't use this screen. Plus I find it's better for my neck as well. But it would be nice to like actually be like here and sort of like draw, that would be, oh, that would be phenomenal. Let's grab this guy, copy him. So what I'm doing now is I'm just grabbing some of these concepts so I can refer back to them as I'm playing around with the values, and I can do it the quick and dirty way. Just screenshot it. Let's do that, hey? Shabam, there we go. Where'd my other one go? That's weird. Alright, we'll screenshot this one as well. Easy done. So we want to be efficient. Oh, I was going to try the character thing on stream today. Of me. Oh, I'll do it next stream. That's alright. We need to focus. Well, I need to focus. You do what you want. Alright, so we add this. So I'm just adding them into this. There's like a group that I made here. You can't even see it. I'm on the wrong bloody scene. Here we go. Now you know what I'm going to be talking about with the with the layers and everything. I cut them. So let's just screenshot this bloke here. Bada bing, bada boom. Cool. Screenshot this guy. Nice. So basically what I'm trying to get all the workings out. All of my working out up front. So then when it comes to rendering, I'm not thinking about, oh, where's the values going to be. I might do tweaks and stuff here and there. But it's like, it's very systematic. Yeah, I'll get some references of this because I like that. Very Maggie Appleton style. All right. So now we've got all these. Now I wish there was a nice little make grid out of images, but there isn't. We're going to refine some of the compositions. I'm going to turn all these to multiply because they've all got white backgrounds, so then we can sort of see them. I mean, I love the clarity of this though. I really do like the clarity of this. That's what I'm trying to go for, clarity, because it's easy just to add stuff. Easy just to go overboard and add a frick ton of details. But what we want is clarity. Because I think even this whole zoomed out, this like, I don't know. It's feeling a little bit too busy. I mean, it feels dynamic or whatever, what buzzword you want to use, but this might be a better one. Right? So let's explore. Let's maybe clean this one up, because these two still feel pretty clear to me. But the good thing is that we explored, we experimented with the others. So let's group those together and let's actually start bloody doing some drawing, right? And what pencil? I'm not one to get too caught up into brushes, but I do tell you what, I've been loving experimenting with a few of them. Size, pen pressure, thank you very much. Okay. Eduardo, it takes a lot of hand-eye coordination to draw like that. Just takes maybe like a week of getting used to it, to be perfectly honest. Because you just, instead of looking down, you're just now looking up. And you see the cursor as well. Like you see the little dot where you're going. So it's really not too much of a big deal, I don't think. It's not like a whole other skill set that you've got to learn how to draw just looking up. It's just, yeah, it just takes a little bit. Which one do you prefer using most, a display tablet or a graphic tablet? I've not used a display tablet that I've liked yet because I haven't got one of the nice ones. Well, not the nice one, the ones that are like bigger. So the just graphics tablet for now works fine. Okay, so let's take a look at this. I like this motif as well, like this sort of slice of life. It doesn't have a full-on background. It's kind of, yeah, just like a slice of that scene. It's not like a full-on thing. I like that kind of vibe. So let's start to think about these shapes. So we've got the background, right? It's woodlands. Did we get woodlands reference? Yes, we did. I mean, I don't want it foggy, but that could be like some cool shapes in the background just to start. And then this is this is like the very background. Eduardo, might as well draw without the screen. I have a bigger monitor as well. Yeah, that's it. Like it's same really. Okay, so we've got some background elements there. But now we have our foreground characters. The big thing here that one of the biggest things that I've sort of started to think more about recently is story. Like what's the story that we're trying to tell here? So we had the lumberjack and he's working, right? But he's just been ripped out of reality because he's all of a sudden floating. Right, and we got this alien guy. Let's add in some smoothing. Gabrielle, so this is the animator pencil in the mega pack of Photoshop. And I flip-flop between a bunch of different brushes as I find them useful. So we had this guy. And maybe the lumberjack's more in the foreground, like his head. I just want to think about these big simple shapes. Like the anti-gravity gun. He's getting sucked up into the anti-gravity. He's going to be pretty top heavy, right? So there's like big triangle, big sort of squarer face head, big squarer face and head. My God, I need some sleep. Right. Tiny little feet. I still like this idea of he's like got his axe still like stuck. So what would you be like? Then we got to think about ourselves. Like in what situation, like you would like, would you reach back here would you try and like hold on, or would you, because it's surprise, it's got to happen fast. So I imagine it's just like, whoop. So his hand might be just like trying to steady himself because he's like, what the fuck is going on? Black Jam streamer commentary. I don't know what you mean. I'm commentating myself. I'm probably not going to remember the stream at all. I'm running on fumes. But yeah, the issue is that if I want the axe, maybe I have it like halfway up his arm, like he's kind of holding onto it here. Actually, you know what? I wonder if I have my regulars in here. Like Sugar Beats. She's always talking, like, there's always like a thing of I don't watch anything. I watched Mitchell's versus the Machines last night. So there you go. And it was fucking fantastic. Multiple times I giggled out loud. It was very good. I love that crossover between they just like added real life people into it. They were just like, they were very aware of themselves, which is great. Yeah, it was good, wasn't it, Eduardo? It was fantastic. Right, so let's draw him as if there's no like, got that axe in here. So yeah, can someone explain to me really quickly in the chat, like how do I do a bloody draw this in your style? Like, is there any particular thing that I need to do, or is it literally just like put up the post, mention that it's a draw this in your style, and then add a hashtag so I can see them and then start putting them in the story? Or I don't know what to do. Where's the horizon line as well? So horizon line's here, so we're going to start to look. We can have some foreground elements maybe, like we're poking through the... I think you just put a personal hashtag. Okay, cool. Victoria, welcome. Good to see you. No, it'd be good. It'd be my first draw this in your style. I think it would be cool to like, because I'm going to do a sketch note of that, of this guy. So it's sort of like, it's not just like, off you go, good luck. It's like, all right, cool. Everyone did it. And then in like a few days time, I sort of release how I did it, my thinking behind it. And then it's like a whole sort of thing, which could be fun. I think he needs to be smaller. This I've got to figure out this camera, because you'll notice I can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it, but every like, I don't know, 20 minutes or something, it'll just take a bloody photo. I reckon it's the government. Conspiracy? No, I don't. I actually don't. Taking control of the camera. Alright, so we've got the log here. this is where we might need like reference, but I want to get like still, this log's pretty big, or the trunk is pretty big. Make a post about it with a personal hashtag. That is what I've seen most people do. Cool. Also, many people repost others' drawings. Just an idea. Yeah, so I might, that could be interesting, because I'll definitely do them in the stories, right? I'll add them in the stories, and then whether I do like a feed post or something, that could be, because that's the whole point of it, right? It's like get everyone involved into this idea of, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I reckon it'll be good fun. And so old mate here, he's got the alien. He's like, there's like a lot of empty space here. So he's gonna have a, so his eyes, he's gonna be like, what on earth? Good morning, Mark. Welcome. Only Mum calls me Benjamin. You can call me Ben. I'm joking. You can call me Benjamin. Some make a contest out of it, and the artist chooses winners, etc. Interesting. I don't know if I like that, because it's like, what do I base it off of? It's very subjective. We move him a little bit closer to fill in this. Alright, so there's like, okay, you've got this coming forward. He's all surprised. He's like, what is going on? Then you have our squirrel friend. I remember our squirrel. Just going along for the ride. He's getting, maybe he's upside down. There's like leaves and debris, which could be cool, which I remember distinctly. Like here, that's what I was thinking about from a reference point of view. Like there's, yeah, like leaves, debris, Deborah. Victoria Ben, it's always delightful seeing you copy the facial expressions of what you're currently drawing. I can't help it. It's not something I think about. It's yeah, something I've realized when I watch back some of these live streams. Well, I never watch them back, but if I just have to skip for like social content or whatever, I'm just like, oh, what a fucking loser. Close your mouth, you buddy, you mouth breather. But I'm like, but it helps to kind of, I think it does it. Like even last night, I was like touching my face a little bit to get like the mouth, like his expression. of like, okay, if he's like surprised, it's like, okay, down. And it's like, because like, I think in very like 3D terms, so it's interesting. I'm just loopy. Benjamin sounds so suave. Benjamin sounds like I'm in trouble with mum, to me. If you think that's suave, you should hear my middle names. I've got 2 middle names. I don't know if it's smart giving out my full name online. I don't know why. It just seems like not a good idea. There's nothing that comes to mind as to why I wouldn't do that. So he's got his big body here. How is this feeling? I don't know. Something that feels cool about it. We can do some like atmospheric perspective, something I've learned with all these environment things I've been looking up with this guy, so we can knock him back a little bit but still have enough to have him in the foreground, in the background, and still see his like expressions and whatever, and have him like, yeah. Back in perspective, so this is like a cylinder. Back. But the issue being, how's this going to fit on a social post? That's the issue. Eclipse, glad to hear it. Welcome. Dylan, welcome, my friend. Greg, top 2 tips on likeness. The simpler the shapes, the easier they are to manipulate. So if you can find the simple shapes of the features, I would recommend that. Don't get bogged down into the details too early on, because the details is not what makes people look like people, at least from my experience. It's just as much about the relationships between the features as the features themselves. So like different distances between like the eyes and the nose and the mouth, and how they group together is just as important as the shape of the nose. And I'll give you a third one. Try and do the head shape first, because if you put my features on my partner's head, it doesn't look like me. It looks like this weird, like, what? It's like a funny like filter, right? So if you can get the head shape first, that's a big old bonus. Mark of Art, you're only in trouble when your full name is cool. That's very true. Yeah, you say my full name, whoo, shivers. It's like an evolutionary, just like chills, just like. Whoo. I mean, details are just the icing of the cake. Exactly, yeah. It's like, yeah, you can reward yourself by doing the details once you've got the bigger shapes, all that sort of stuff sorted. And it's much more rewarding and fun because you've got everything sort of sorted, right? It's all there, and then it's just a matter of doing the same things that you have been doing, but just at a smaller scale, and going smaller and smaller and smaller. And that's really, to me, what details are. It's the reward. All right, I need some energy in this music. I'm sorry. Let's go back to our punk playlist. I so wish that I could play my Spotify playlist. Oh, what a dream that would be. Alright, what have we got? No. That'll do. Let's get some energy up in here, shall we? Yeah, so we could have it like in the woods here, which could be cool. Right, so we see how, I believe this is Ryan Lane. We can have like, instead of like the pine trees, we could have it like those big old, because he's cutting down big trees, right? I'm even noticing now, I didn't even see this, but this is like a log, so we could like take some cues from this. Alright, still have some depth. Yeah, I don't know. Eclipse me starting with the details. Yeah, look, I do it all the time as well. Changing the mindset is really, it is. Hamza, what you're drawing, we're doing a prompt of woodland, what is it? Woodland Thief Surprise. So this alien is using his gravity gun to steal this lumberjack. I'm still not sure on the background, so let's create another. It's free, why not use it? So we've got like this sort of background, maybe. So we had the pine trees, pine cones. It might be a little bit smaller or something, I don't know. So we can have like maybe like more of an open field with some of these trees actually already chopped down, maybe. Or we can actually be in the forest, in the woods. I mean, I like the idea of that. So you got like taking some reference from Ryan's sort of composition here, but doing it at like a different angle. Right, so you've got the horizon here, so we can actually be looking. What do you reckon? Maybe the horizon's like here. And there's like this area, this like opening in the woods. I have no idea what I'm doing, seriously. We're just fucking winging it today, I tell you what. But this is why it's good to be systematic to some degree. So you got like some bushes in the background and whatever. Do you always use the golden ratio when you're drawing? Nah. It's oftentimes an afterthought. So it's something I might even have to start doing or thinking more about. I mean, now I'm thinking about that here. So these guys are sort of aligned on the thirds, which is cool. Or like the rule of thirds and the golden ratio and whatever, like, yeah, they're kind of like aligned here. Which is kind of an accident. Like maybe I kind of just haven't, because I've looked at so many things that look appealing to me. It just sort of clicks a little bit with me, but I'm not thinking about that all the time. I'm thinking about story first, which is something that I'm trying to get used to. Yeah, environments. Fuck me. Tricky business. But we'll get there. Actually, I like this. I like this sort of like outdoors. I think we can have some fun with that. We can have like the blue sky, very open. Maybe show all the trees that he's chopped down. And maybe these aliens are like the Earth Police or something. Like you got some logs and stuff in the background, which we can sort of throw in. Eduardo, Ben, I started taking classes in schoolism and it's so good. Fantastic, Eduardo. Yeah, I'm a fan of schoolism. What one are you doing now? Eclipse, I love how you exaggerate the lines. It makes it so smooth and great to work with. Thank you. Yeah, that's been just a lot of practice. Dylan, you making a comic? No, just trying to figure out some compositional stuff at the moment. This is just going to be like a single image. So I might just throw some values on here, okay? Okay. So I've still got an issue with how long this is, but oh, I can use my script that I made. Right, so value up, 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 down, 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 up, 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 down, down, down. Brightness contrast with a hotkey. I actually want to tweak it so it actually adds a saturation, because I was using it yesterday on this guy. They're just going up by like 10% in brightness and darkness. I guess brightness, yeah, dark and light. The values going up and down, but as I go down, I actually want the saturation to go up. So that can be pretty simple to add into the script, particularly for painting. But we're just doing values here, so that's fine. So we'll add like a lighter background, maybe. Maybe he's an action hero that is a lumberjack that saves the world from the evil alien race. That's interesting. I want to flip that. Maybe. I want to, like, you think that he's the good guy because he's human, but maybe the alien is saving the planet. Or maybe they're both bad. Or they're both good. Painter's Pen, welcome, welcome. Mark of Art, I don't know what just happened, but I just got an ad on this stream. I didn't know that could even happen. I do have monetization turned on. I have to check that out. Oh no, I turned on automatic monetizers, ad stuff or whatever. But let me know if it's going to get... let me know if it's going to be annoying. I did turn that on in the settings because it was like a new option. Hamza, is this a contest? Not a contest, just like a fun community thing. Like this is actually Character Design Quarterly reached out and asked me if I wanted to do thingamajig. This prompt. I was like, yeah, cool. And then I'll do like a tutorial in their magazine. And then I asked if I could stream the process, and they're like, yeah, go ahead. So Now I'm just adding in some values. I'm doing starting your journey with Cody Gramstead. I want to go back to the fundamentals. Awesome. I haven't taken that one. That should be good. Sugar Beats, welcome. But at least I'm going to get paid this month. What you get, like the ad revenue is fuck all, really. Yeah, I think it's a new option that they've got in Mark. But yeah, if it's annoying, I'll turn it off because I'd much prefer you enjoyed the stream instead of it being fucking whatever. Like yeah, just being interrupted. Okay, so we've got the foreground characters to think about. So this is going to be rough. Rough as anything. Let's just add in maybe this stump. All right, so he's the foremost character. All right, so he could be the darkest in value. That could work. Line and shape, perspective, composition, value, color, materials. Right, so it goes through all of that stuff. Yeah, I love taking multiple courses from different people because you're going to pick up different things from different people, the way they explain things, their life experience. It's yeah, it's good to sort of expand your learnings and not just sticking to one person. A bit lighter. Maybe one tick darker. So we got some depth there, I guess. Being very clear with the values. Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, it'll have, because it's an automatic thing that YouTube's doing now. Because it used to always ask me if I wanted to add an ad in it, in the middle, and I'd just never click the button. But then I just did automatic monetization this time, and now it's doing mid-roll ads. And I am out. So I might need to do a quick, a sneaky little break. Axe on the floor, axe on the floor. When Ben out here, nothing's abort. Look at you, Thung Guns. Bloody hell. You're a poet and you probably do know it. Even thinking about this composition, we could have like the axe just out here in like graphic no man's land, and then we can have like the background in its own like motif kind of thing. There's no reason why you can't do that. Or like extra emphasis. And then maybe we have the squirrel. The cool thing is with this value stuff, right? Because I've made a copy of the sketch, I can just come back through, remove some of these elements for like clarity. Right, Right, but then I can add in elements, like I can have the squirrel that I want to have him holding on for dear life. Don't even know what squirrels look like, but so there's like some foreground stuff happening. That looks like a weird rabbit, but we'll make it look like a squirrel later. The background's looking a little bland, if you ask me. So we want maybe some of those hills in the background. Yeah, maybe I nick that off completely. And then we add in our little sketches. Oh, it's the same color. So we've got our horizon line. I want a little bit of variation like we had here. So maybe there's some depth. We've got like the hills. Then we got his alien mates picking stuff up. From the forest. Something like that. I don't know. I didn't even notice you did tongue guns, don't lie. I think the composition is looking good so far. I like how my eye goes into a loop. That is something, a big shout out to. Let's crack open the internet. Big shout out to Jesse Draper. I'm on stream, gotta keep my language to a minimum. Safari. Is Safari gonna work? Big shout out to, thank you, Jesse Draper. Right, so he's the one that really pointed something out to me, which was like leading the eye. I've heard about it before, but he actually like broke it down for me, which is really, really cool. So go give Jesse Draper a follow. He's an instructor at Ahmen School as well. He was so he was talking about leading the eye and coming back. So this squirrel could act as a way to lead the eye back. Like if he's getting, instead of coming back this way, right? Instead of coming back through here, maybe if he is like getting pulled in a general direction back up here, that then takes your eye back to the alien, and the curve comes down back into here, etc., etc. So, and he mentioned it with my Travis Barker one that I didn't even think about. It wasn't something I was super thinking about, but it was, yeah. Let's get back on task. The squirrel will definitely make it funny. Yeah, I hope so. I want a bit of humor in most of my stuff, you know, like it's lighthearted. What type of perspective are you using in that thumbnail? I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question. I'm not thinking about any one type of perspective. I'm just thinking about the scene. Nika, welcome. I am impressed. I like your illustrations. Thank you so much. Eclipse, I really want to draw right now, but I've got work to do. Damn. Check yours. Check mine. Well, I'm on stream right now, so I can't just pop out. Let's add in some of these trees to the background. Just something. So all this working out, all this like working out sort of stuff. The goal is for it to actually help us. Not just doing it because it's like a good idea to do it. It's like, no, this is actually going to help the whole sort of illustration. That's the plan anyway. We'll see. We will see. I want to try some textures as well. Like getting pretty textural with this. Maybe I just simplify this whole shape. Just like, yeah, that'll do. And then just bap. So you got like a squirrel, or could even do a raccoon. Could even do I don't know, something. Would this, okay, so if that theory is correct, so you got darker in the foreground, lighter in the background, then what does this do? So this sort of hill here. If that's the logic we're going with, then this should be a little darker, maybe? Is that right? And then it gets lighter in the background? I don't know. Again, I don't think there's, just like with character design or anything like that, I don't think there's any rules in particular. So maybe these hills are like they're rolling hills, so we can sort of add some stuff here, but it kind of gives a weird illusion that this is sort of closer than it should be. So apologies if this is boring as shit as well, because I realize it's not the most interesting, fun process necessarily, but this gets us to the fun part. Maybe we have some smaller trees there in the background or something. Mark. You're in tutorial jail. Oh, my friend, I've been there. I've been there. I'll go and visit sometime myself. It's yeah, to get out of that, you've just got to start doing your own projects as soon as possible. Any tips on practicing creative/imaginative drawing without crippling self-doubt? Just know that it's going to look weird in the beginning. It's just like anything. If I was going to begin playing the violin tomorrow, I know that I'm going to be absolute shithouse at the violin. And just know that up front. And it just takes all the pressure off. Like, how are you meant to, if you've never done imaginative drawing stuff before, why would you expect it to, why would you have self-doubt and that kind of, you've never done it. You wouldn't sort of put that pressure on anyone else. There's no reason why you should put it on yourself. And you've got to get the reps in. Right? It's the only, really the only way that you're going to get to where you want to get to is just doing the thing. You've got to sort of switch off that side of your brain. It's like, oh no, it's going to look bad. It's going to, who cares? You don't have to show anyone. Know that up front. It's going to look weird. But then, like, at the same time, you've got to, whoa. You've got to, well, at least for me, you've got to like focus when you're practicing as well. It's not just like copying something or just mindlessly doing it. Doing stuff like this, honestly, helps a ton because there's like all these problems that you've got to solve. And this is why this isn't like in my comfort zone whatsoever. And I'm doing it on stream, right? So it's like, there's a risk that this isn't going to turn out right. There always is. Like, I'm not liking it the way it's looking right now. But if I never do this, I'm never going to get better at doing it, right? So Desenhando. Hi, welcome from Brazil. Welcome. Oh, we hit the Brazilian time zone. Nice. Welcome, welcome. Eduardo, I want to begin doing imaginative drawing as well, but haven't done it enough times. Exactly. Yeah. If you want to start doing imaginative drawing, it sounds annoying, but start doing imaginative drawing. Just start. And then you run into problems. And then you'll start to think, okay, well, how can I solve some of these problems? And that's when you go on the hunt. That's why I think, like, you get out of tutorial hell when you go on the hunt for information. And there's purposeful, like, there's a purpose for what you're searching for. It's not just mindless, let's learn this today because I feel like I need to learn the fundamentals. That's all good and everything, but it's much more powerful when you've got a reason to learn the thing, and it's going to stick a lot more. Like, I want to learn more about environments so that I can make stuff like this and have it look the way I want it to. So then I'm going to search for the particular type of environment that I like the look of. I'll start to think, why do I like the look of that? It's not just like, oh, now I need to understand how to draw like trees and shit. No, I need to understand, look at the stuff that I like. And then go on the hunt. Right? Maybe that artist has a tutorial. Maybe that artist has a course. Pick up that course, right? But it's because it's purposeful, I know I'm going to get a lot more value out of it rather than like a passive learning sort of situation, if that makes sense. Toki, welcome. Great to have you back. Dad. Hey, Dad's in stream. Say hi to Dad, everyone. John Eblin in chat is my father. Mark of art. Yep, fundamentals is a word that I find super annoying. Yeah, me too. I mean, it's like one of those things. Yeah, you need to know it. You need to know them. But then it's like, what's them? It's kind of like reading the dictionary just in case you need to. Like, it's as useful as reading the dictionary. Sometimes, like, that's the way I feel about it. It's not a perfect analogy. Oh my god, I'm doing it again. I'm doing the expression of the freaking guy. Alright, so I'm going to force myself to do a few of these thumbnails because I oftentimes will just be like, yep, that seems good enough. I think we can explore more. Definitely think we can explore a lot more. And it's going to be better for it, right? And it gives me more content for the tutorial as well. This horizon is going to be pretty low. Alright. The whole Eblanchilada is here. My thumb guns. These dad jokes, love them. Eduardo, I kind of had a sense of what the fundamentals, but still went for that course, which was not bad at all because I'm pretty much a beginner. I go back to the fundamentals. The thumb guns, you've infiltrated my brain. The fundamentals. I go back to courses that have the fundamentals all the time. But I'm never going to stop learning. All right, and I don't think it's smart to just be like, oh, I know them now, because I don't. I can always get better at them. It's a game that never ends, which is sick. That's the exciting part. You can always get more efficient. You can always learn more. You can always try out different art styles. Like it's, yeah. He's looking really bloody weird right now. That's alright, just thumbnails. With his beard, he's gonna be like, what's going on here? The Redacted Computer. Hello Ben, this is my first time on your channel due to random art browsing on YouTube. Thank you, YouTube's algorithm. Welcome. I like your aesthetic style. Reminds me a lot of mid-millennia Pixar and Disney. What a bloody compliment. Thank you very much. Mark of art, I've been a beginner for a year and I think it's time to be intermediate at least. Dad, very good advice. I don't like, would you get your intermediate badge? Where do you get that from? Do you get your, like, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It really, really doesn't matter. And sometimes it depends on the day. I feel like I'm a beginner some days. I feel like I'm a beginner with environments, that's for sure. Yeah, I've got some mileage with understanding like forms and that sort of stuff, but at the same time, I feel like it's like a new territory. Still have the screw. The screw's got to be the staple. We've got to keep the screw. Thank you, Dad. Epic Dad. That's it. Brandy, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah, for those that are just popping in, check the description. It's a little character challenge. So what's happening here from to keep these characters in focus, maybe? If we imagine, I'm thinking about the perspective as, say, like if we think of it as a tube, right? So this tube's entrance is here. It's going like away from us, but then it's coming back towards us a little bit. So it's not going all, like, it's not shooting away. It's kind of, it's shooting away, but then it's coming back. Alright, so if we imagine this perspective, and then it's sort of coming back. So we get both of them in focus. So he can look, so he's not tiny, but maybe he could be tiny. And this is why we do this stuff, to test out ideas. The alien's expression / mood is going to be what? Like like he's enjoying it a little bit too much. From me, Benjamin, I have the badges. It's a mind thing. I found that when I call myself a beginner, I limit myself to classes and tutorials and never do the thing that I just asked about. Yeah. Exactly. It's a limiting thing. So that's why I'd suggest go on a project by project basis on what interests you at that point in time, and then you go on the hunt. Go on the hunt for the knowledge. But no, there's no one key technique that's going to get you to where you want to go as well. At least from my experience. Maybe I do like doing cleaner line work sometimes for clarity. Yeah, of course, cleaner line work for clarity, but maybe that's a point. Maybe that's something I can do here. So I'll knock this back. And just add a little bit of, turn up the clarity a tad bit. What brush? See, there's too many brushes here, man. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not too many, but there's just like, it's just like Photoshop. I use maybe like a 2.02% of what's actually available in here. Oh, I don't know. I had a good brush the other day, but I've forgotten what it was. Because there's so... It was like a nice one. Rougher Inca Comics. I like that, but I like a little bit of transfer. Opacity jitter. Pen pressure. Yeah, like a little bit of that. You know. Thick to thin. Flow jitter. Pen pressure. Minimum. Yep, minimum here. That's what I'm after. There you go. Thank you very much. Now, what was this called? For future me. Rough Inca Comics 2017. Alright. So let's maybe clean up the line work to see what is feeling better. Again, I've got no idea the process. I'm just winging it. And you're along for the ride. My apologies. So let's get some smoothing happening. So he's going to have his... it's not going to be perfectly clean line work, but just something to give a bit of clarity to me. So he's leaning back. He's got some cut lines on his little spaceship thingy-majiggy. He did have a holster that I wanted to have where he would like put his gun, so that'd sort of poke out here maybe, and then he sort of sets his gun back there when he's sort of like traveling. I don't know. It's easy to do like the typical like round alien sort of helmet, but because these guys, I've got their head shape kind of triangular. It's like, well, there's no reason why it would need to be a circular shape. So, and that's the fun part I'm finding even with character design now. Instead of just like thinking about, okay, what makes this look cool, it's like, think about that, but what? What's the utility of this thing, right? Is there like a little compartment back here for like charging, or I don't know. I mean, it's space age, so we might not have any of this stuff, but you can have whatever you want, which is also the tricky thing. Because it can have everything, you want to put everything in there, and it's just like, maybe not the best idea all the time. The Redacted Computer, bloody fantastic book. Love it. Very good. Make it stick. Computer, does it involve learning? Apply with reference. Apply without reference? Sorry, I don't understand that. Thun guns. Markabar. Anyway, I have a stack of printer paper and a bunch of pencils. Time to explore the imagination on paper. Fantastic. Oh, great to have you. Great to have you. The Redacted Computer means a lot. Oh, yeah, have fun with it. Yeah, how? I don't know how you would not have fun when you draw. That's an impossibility. It's like, how do you open your eyes when you sneeze? Can't do it. Welcome, everyone. Welcome the Redacted Computer to the community. Gun's direction. Is it that way? I don't know. Who knows? Does it matter? Not really. It's all just pixels at the end of the day. The Redacted Computer, just a curious question, mate. Are you from Australia? Or England? You say mate. But how do you get the blocky and sharp / smooth feel look to your art style? Do I have to do geometric finger symmetry to do it? What's geometric finger symmetry? Looking at a lot of artists that have the style, the blocky style that I like, and thinking about the big shapes first. All right, for example, this guy. Yeah, I've got all these details and bits and pieces in here, right? But I'm literally thinking, and I started off just with that cylinder, or not the sort of like the edge of a cylinder or the ellipse, right? And then I draw the other one, and then I start off with just this. And then it allows me to keep big and simple and blocky because I'm drawing big and simple blocky shapes to begin with. I'm not going into the details at all. And then later on, I can sort of come in and do the details and sort of draw the things on top of the blockiness. But it is a lot of looking at other artists. Like I take a look at, say, Max Grecke, Sean Galloway on Instagram. Like people like that, they have such a blocky style. And it's like how'd you say it? Like I'm thinking about keeping it in this blocky style. It's not like an accident. It's just not like a natural sort of thing. It can come naturally. I can have tendencies towards it because I've been doing it for so long, but I definitely, this hasn't always been my style. I started off with realism for a very long time. So it's definitely something to learn and explore. So this guy's going to cast a shadow. He's going to be sort of closer to the ground because we've got that horizon line there. Then I'd want to knock the stump there in the background. See, I don't mind, like this one here looks a little bit like dynamic, more dynamic, but here this one feels, I don't know, clearer. Maybe it's because of the line work. Maybe his beard's sort of getting sucked up underneath him, so it sort of folds back behind. I'm just doing simplified faces for now, just to get the feeling. Oh my god, I'm doing it again. I can feel myself doing it.
his hand's going to look too stumpy, so we need a, pun intended, so we need to sort of pull it back. So he's going to be... I think his head's going to be a little bit smaller. Maybe he has his like, so I'm looking for opportunities for like visual interest, right? So maybe he's got his like, whatever these, the thingamabobs that you'd have, your overall straps. Maybe he has them down, which then shows that he's like floating. Thank you, Mum. Okay, so Mum's joined the chat. Cheryl Eblin, everyone say hi to Mum. Braces, thank you. Fenriru, I'm going well. I'm doing well. How you doing? Just having fun. Doing a bit of drawing. I like this. You like lower down to the ground. The horizon lines lower on the picture plane. D-Staff, what's good? Bird breath? What are you talking about, D-Staff? I do like this lower camera angle. You can still have some of these background. Whoa. Still have some of these background elements. Where it sort of overlaps, you can see a little bit of the background there. Maybe there's even a bush here in the foreground. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe the squirrel is a lumberjack's pet. Could be.
Could be. Maybe he's actually hanging off of the lumberjack. That could be cool. All right, break time. I need some more coffee. I'm liking this. I'm liking it. How are we feeling? Between these two, left and right. Give me L, give me R in the chat. Okay. While I'm gone, give me your thoughts. Left this one, right this one. I'm personally leaning towards this one. This seems more fun to me. 3.25 minutes again. Let's go 5.57, okay? Start when I leave, okay? Be back in 5.57 mins. You can hold me to that. Okay. Give me L, give me R. Appreciate it, everyone. I'll be back momentarily. Kisses. Mwah. No, that's all. Someone start the timer. Right? 3, 2, 1. Now. I think I'm early, but I'm back. Is this squirrel by any chance related to the killer rabbit in Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Dad liked that one. Left, right, 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 right. Got a lot of rights. The redacted is the soundtrack. No, it's just Epidemic Sound, like royalty free. Oh, I've still got 2 minutes. I'll come back. I'll come back. I'll see you momentarily. All right, I'm back. Oh, YouTube. That algorithm. That AI. Okay. Let's get back to it, shall we? Blissful. Whoa. My timer just went off. You've been missing the live. Something felt missing. Oh, great to have you back, Blissful. All right. Let's continue with this little bit of a line work, cleanup-ish kind of thing. We could also, at this angle, right, we could also play around with sort of some of this, so we had them flying around like in formation, so it gives some context. And it could even be like in broad daylight, so we can have like a nice blue sky. Have some of these trees and have like a less realistic, like just such abundance of those sort of trees in the background. They're just like huge, massive ones, which could tell the story of like they're chopping down the whole everything. This is what used to be here. These big pine trees. Also, bruv, thanks for the two. Where are you from, the redacted computer? I am intrigued at the way you say mate and bruv. It could be England. Could be Australia. Thanks for the two artists you spoke about. I go study their style so I can have a fun alternative. Yeah, 100%, man. Or lady. I got no clue. So this can be all blue, I reckon. This could be like a nice, like, and this is where I've always wanted to get really good at drawing clouds. Sounds stupid, but looking at these, like this is nice and graphic, right? That's not straightforward, but I can intellectualize how to do that with my skill set at the moment. But like this. Look at that. That's so beautiful. And it's got context with the light source as well. That's something that I had to think about with clouds as well. Like they're a 3D object. They may be made up of a bunch of just vapor. But aren't we all? I'm from America. I just enjoy many artists from different countries. Awesome. No, it was just interesting. You're saying mate and bruv. It's cool. So yeah, I'd like to incorporate some of these clouds as a visual element that guides the eye. Listen to me. Bloody hell, it's almost as if I know what I'm talking about. I don't. We're coffeeed up. Let's try and think about where these clouds could go, because the clouds have also got to have some perspective to them as well. Because just doing these, like, okay, cool, these kind of Andy's room Toy Story clouds, right? That's how I sort of think of them. It's like, they're all right. But if we could have, because we've got some perspective here, maybe we have some of these clouds point towards him. Maybe we can even take a little bit of influence from this, right? We've got some of the clouds in the background and then use them as... And this is how you use reference, I think, right? It's like, I'm not copying, I'm getting the elements and sort of picking and choosing what I want to use. Yeah, I'm feeling the right side. So this one, I'm thinking this is the one I'm going to go with. I might turn his head so we can see a little bit of his character, like he's just really enjoying, like, stealing this guy for whatever purposes. We'll never know. Maybe they become friends. We've got some T lines, some crossover lines with the background. So we've got depth. We've got a hill here. We've got a hill here. We don't want any tangents here, so we've got to keep an eye on that. Let's get my red pen out like I'm a teacher. Get the bloody red marker out. Okay, what do I like about this? I like the guiding lines. Alright, we've got these guiding lines here. Got these clouds pointing us towards old mate here. Alright. And then that's going to point us back to here, which is going to sort of do some crissy-crossy kind of stuff. You got this squirrel guy pointing us back here as well. We got him, he's pointing us back to him. We might need something to bring the eye, because it kind of stops here. But maybe the curve of the, I mean, this is where this, it can get a little bit bloody, like, I don't know, like like I always think it like the rule of thirds and the spiral and all the like nature that you see and all that kind of stuff. It gets a little bit like Illuminati fucking feeling. Like, is it really there, or are you just trying to find things that are there? Like I found a triangle here, Illuminati. You know what I mean? I found another triangle here, Illuminati. It's like we could think about the curves of his sort of spaceship sort of kicking us back. But am I thinking about that? Probably not really. Or we could have actually the gun itself could have like a cord that's feeding back like it's a power source, which gives it, look at this, this is some 4D chess thinking right here. So that's the power cord that plugs into the power pack of this. If you told me bloody a year ago that I'd be talking about power packs on a bloody gravity gun on YouTube, I'd say, what are you smoking? But here we are. So that can work. So we got some nice sort of lines that could theoretically curve back. And there's like points of rest here, I guess. Points of rest, which we can put some like background elements like the spaceship smaller in the background. It could almost be, I really love like dusk. Like even taking some of this sky color, like having it somewhat like in that dusk, maybe like late afternoon. My first environment tutorial was painting a sky and the clouds, but made me not finish the cloud. That's no good. I remember in 2003, 2004, I went to Catherine Gibbs for animation. Very cool. They said it would cost 30 grand tuition, and that's the US dollars. Woof. My brain told me to leave. Later found that Cat Gibbs was a scam college. Oh, wow. The Illuminati of art. I know, right? Ben is drawing Illuminati imagery. Mum and Dad should give him a good talking to. Where do you think I got into the Illuminati from? Just saying. You didn't attend? Interesting. That's interesting, Redacted. What feedback did they give you? I've always wondered that. Like, because I've never gone to school. Like, I didn't go to like art school or anything like that. I did industrial design for like a year and dropped out. What feedback do they give you on like the portfolio that you submit? I think it would be good if there were like some slimy drawings coming out from those pipes or tubes. Ooh, that's getting a like. I don't want him to be sucked into this gravity thing necessarily, because that's kind of gross. Because I could make it gross. We could have like a clear tube here of like just liquid. That he's just like, oh shit. You know, but I almost want it to be like, okay, this is the power source. This is fun, this is friendly, this is like, this is the big on-off switch maybe, or something. CMG, welcome back, my friend. Good to have you. An Illuminati family. I don't know. Clarence, yes, that's on my to-dos for adding to the stories, the courses that people recommend in YouTube channels. Definitely. I might even mention some at the end of this. I'll have to find them. But there were some good ones, definitely. see, that sounds dodgy as redacted. Sounds dodgy as anything. Glad you didn't go down that route. Yeah, see this, I mean, this in theory feels okay, but this feels a lot better. There's a lot, whoa, my apologies. We can play around a lot with like the T intersections and stuff that's in front and behind. Yeah, I'm looking forward to taking this further. So should we take this relationship between us and this composition further? I think we should. Let's hold hands with this composition. Okay. Let us, because we've got nice layer organization, or we did, let's take this, copy it, group this in here, and then come out of here, add another group. I want to do some more sculpting as well. I've been missing sculpting. That's my issue sometimes, is my scatterbrain of what I want to learn. I want to learn everything and I want to be good. I want to be doing the Spider-Verse level backgrounds, characters, animation, everything. Which is not helpful at all. That's not the way to go. CMG, can you do an American accent? I certainly can. Will I? I don't know. We'll see how, if this coffee kicks in. Also, should I sneak preview it? I could sneak preview something for the people who was here. Give us a F in chat if you were here for the Frank stream. Give us an F in chat, and if I get enough S in chat, then I'll do a little sneak preview of something. That's what I was thinking, Mark of Art. It's like, I want to get into the school. Are you going to, like, it's like that whole catch-22 of like, oh, I want this job, but I need experience. It's like, how do I get experience? Well, I need the job. So it's like, well, fuck, what do you want from me? All right, let's continue on. What on earth has happened here? So I'm really liking this. This is fun. This is cool. So what I can do, and what I think is going to be useful, is if we bring back our character designs, so then I can match this guy that we created last stream, take him out, right, and even get this guy, get his expression, copy that, paste that. So we've just got a reference. I should just put this in pure ref, but I don't want to. Oh, I wish so much I could add in my Spotify playlist. 'Tis a shame. And then we've got old mate here, Mr. Bloody Wrinkly Face. Now we got some references. And where did my other one go? And him. I think I've got to, I reckon I might start writing some plugins for Photoshop for like some things that I find that I want to be more efficient. Like I've already wrote that script for the brightness and like this like like brightness up and down. I want to write another one for like layer management and just not. We've got no F's in chat. We got one. Okay. Well, it's going to have to stay a surprise then. And it's going to make no sense to people that weren't there. So then what I want to do is add this face onto there. And because what I like to do, a reason why I did it for this guy and this guy with his, why I went back and ay caramba, and did some expressions here, because this is kind of like a blueprint, right? What I was talking about, I think it was to Mark, once I've got a blueprint and it's simple shapes, I can break these down into really simple shapes and then start adding it to the 3D forms, right? So that's why I wanted to start with the front on view, and the side view can help as well. Bugger, I'll show you anyway. This is an exclusive. This is what you get for popping on stream. Whoop, did that? Oh, is that opening or what? You get an exclusive. See, I'm scattered all over the place. I'm running on bugger all sleep, so we're going to be all over the place today. So this is what the edit is looking like currently. And it's, oh, what a face to land on. So there's a lot of stuff here, but we've got Frank doing an ad read. Oh, hold on. So I want like a theme of my characters doing my ad reads for me. And I'm not going to do the... I had to do his voice as well, which was interesting. So yeah, for those that know Frank, it's a little Easter egg for you. Oh, him, yeah. Because I would like to bring these characters through and learn how to make them in Blender and then animate them and go through that whole pipeline. Like, how do you rig them? How do you animate them? And then it's like a nice little content cycle, because then I can experiment very small. Like, that's why I was experimenting with my latest reel, just with the character animation of me, because I wanted just to test it out. And it gives me like a wicked opportunity just to do that in small chunks and like learn on mini projects. Female artist for Konami. She actually didn't go to art college and taught herself to draw. Yeah. The way I see it, like with art school, I don't know. I've never been to art school, so I can't like bag it. But I imagine it's like with anything, you still got to do self-study. The teachers aren't going to grab your hand and bloody draw for you. So they can tell you all the information and give you like really cool insights and that kind of stuff, but you still got to do the work. I like how Frank is just blue. You really like that was coming off of an Avatar session. Definitely. And that was a big inspiration, but he might have cousins that are different colors. He might have human relatives that have more human skin tones. Alright, back on task. Reminds me of primary school. Everyone back on task? I don't know, primary school, what would you guys call it? In the US, like elementary school? Oh, back on task, everyone. Did you guys ever have that at school where they did like the claps? And then everyone had to repeat that? Or is it just like an Australian thing? I don't know. Kizyuf, welcome. Good to see you. Alright, let's clean these lines up even more. Because I'm liking the composition. It's the composition. In New York City, we call it public school. So like, so what is it, like grades nothing to 7 here is primary school, generally. There's different, I don't know what it is now, but that just gave me a flashback of everybody on task, on task. Shut up, lady. I never said, would never dare say that. I'm saying it in my head though. No, we had ruler slap back in before. Nah, I missed that. I definitely missed that. All right, let's get more concise with our lines. Is this the most efficient way to do it? I've got an idea. We'll find out. I want to make my own version of Max Grecke's brush. This is just me experimenting. You don't need to, these aren't any magical brushes, right? I just can't be bothered fiddling around making one myself. But Max Grecke's line art brush is really nice. It's nothing, honestly, nothing special. It's great. You get it if you check out his Gumroad and go get his tutorial. Recommend checking that one out. But I just like this one. It's really nothing special. Like I can make it something very similar to like my needs, because I've tweaked it a bit here to get it to what I want, and then I throw up the smoothing. And now I want to think about these forms. How are they? He's leaning back a little bit. I want to show his face. So this whole disc, right? Let's knock this back even more. I'm falling in love with doing line work. It's so fun. Maybe I have the gun actually facing this way, and then it's like, so he's actually like aiming at him, and then it's like that. That probably makes more sense. And it's another thing pointing towards him, I guess. I believe it's first and 6th grade, then junior high school would be 3 grades, and then followed by 4 grades in high school. Oh, interesting. Jeez, what? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You have 13 grades. Interesting. We only went up to year 12, and then we go to uni, or wherever you go after that. I feel like Ben was secretly bad, like he would do bad things but never got caught. Not a bad observation. Not a bad observation. I was like very afraid of getting in trouble. Like exceptionally afraid of getting in trouble. So I got very good at, I never did anything bad, but I would just like, if I was meant to go to maths, I'd go to the art class. I like drew on the table, like I drew a full thing on the table once because I was just bored. And then I like talked my way out of getting in trouble, and I just cleaned it off. Like I never did anything bad. Okay. Maybe we have him like maniacally laughing. Like he's just that unhinged guy. I think I mentioned that last stream. It's just like you almost want it like that. Anyone know Goodfellas? Like the Joe Pesci kind of like, whoa dude, just chill out. This is a job, we just got to do it. But he's just like loving it a little bit too much. So we can. Oh, I meant 12 grades only. Okay, I get you. I just made you, I don't know how many dollars. My friend, is not dollars. It's like cents of cents of cents. But appreciate you for putting up with it. Yeah. The redacted, yeah, that's same here. Junior high is 2 grades in the cases when it is 2, yeah. I always consider Brits my distant friends, cousins. Part of the ancestry is from Spain, France. Interesting. Fascinating. Interesting. Welcome, ARG. Good to have you. We've landed on a composition. I'm having too much fun chatting at the moment. So let's turn his head. So he's looking at us. So maybe we just, let's bring him down here. So this is the front view. Oh, we've got an eye up here. Let's remove that. So we've got him here. So we can reference this guy. Use ourselves as reference. Not ourselves, but what we've already done as reference. So what are the simple shapes here? We want him sort of 3/4 view. All right. I say right a lot, like right. Right, I'm going to stop that. So maybe this is the center line. And he's got his like, we might even change the design up a little bit. Maybe he's like laughing. This is like a, like just. He can't believe his luck that he's found a lumberjack. And he's just like, this is the best day ever. But without it looking too cartoony at the same time. So it's like a balance, I think. I don't know. I'm still kind of umming and ahhing about this character design as a whole. A lot can be done with that lower lid as well. That's like a... So yeah, we're not doing the line work. We'll erase this and go back over and like refine the line work. I'm just trying to find the... And the thing with center lines, right? They always used to confuse me because this is something that I touch on in my YouTube video. Keep an eye out for that when it comes out. But it's like, I do this. Like I see a lot of artists do this, right? And then you throw the chin in and then they just do this. And then they start drawing and it's like the center line never existed. And then they do things and they'll cross over the center line and that kind of thing. It confused the living shit out of me. But then I started to understand that, all right, well, the center line is just the profile view of the character. So I might put that in to begin with for the big basic shape. But then I want to understand where this center line is sort of coming in and sort of wrapping around the forms. And that was like a big like aha moment for me. What if this scenario changes and the killer white rabbit becomes the T-800 and has to protect your main character when they're a kid to save? Whoa, that's a lot. That's a lot of backstory. Maybe that's for another stream. But maybe the squirrel is like an insider. Like he is a part of this alien group, and then when they're like in the standoff, like he holds onto his axe pops off, he then gets taken up into the spaceship, and he's just like, come, like, what are you going to do? And then the squirrel's like, starts attacking him. I don't know. So many opportunities. This is where story comes in, right? I never really thought about it. Never really thought about story, but it helps so much. Kill the white rabbit. See, now he's got a bit more personality, right? He's got a little bit of personality. He's got that, like, it's the best day ever. Why are we killing rabbits? I'm not, chat's killing rabbits. I'm not killing any rabbits. I don't know who said that. Don't cancel me. This guy could even be like in liquid, you know, there's like so many things we could do. Like he could be like in the liquid of whatever, you know, just to keep it interesting. You can do all sorts of stuff. This is the best thing about imaginative drawing. It just sort of builds on top as you go. Alright, so let's draw through and think about how he's sitting in this thing. Alright, so we've got his lid. His helmet. Alright, keep it loose. Keep it loose, clean is what I like. Loose, clean. So now we've got his whole thing is rotated. So if we did a center line, so now we've got the center line of the helmet we can think about. Then it might come down into his little vehicle. Can't wait to like start adding some color to these guys. It's gonna be fun. I've got a deadline of the 31st of March, so it's creeping up on me. I've got a little while, but as soon as you start to think, oh, I've got time, that's dangerous. Because you don't have time. What a fitting song. Now the question then was, yeah, does he have hands? Like he has these like feline, like cool sort of hands. I think we keep them. So then we need somewhere for him to, or it. I like the idea of there's some like thing in here keeping, that's like part of the gun. It's getting a little bit busy. It almost gives me like Mitchell's versus the Machines, Jimmy Neutron almost sort of vibes. Not a bad thing. I remember going and seeing Jimmy Neutron with Mum. The movie. So it's kind of like got this evil cloak, like looks like a cuff of like an evil character. And we can still have that power pack that we talked about here. Again, you notice it's all just simple shapes, simple lines. Nothing. We can still keep this. We can even scooch him over a little bit as well. Just do a little bit like a little scooch. Do I have it set firm or soft? I don't know. Let's have a look. Pen tablet. It's spazzed out on me. Where is it? Pen tablet. Pen settings. Right smack bang in the middle. See, I leave a lot of stuff default. For better or worse, I don't know. I should probably should explore that a little bit more, but it works fine for me. Alright, so where are his arms going to come from? Maybe they pop out here. So the gun's like pointing at him, but then it sort of curves around and it's like an anti-gravity sort of deal. A mark of art. It's my birthday tomorrow. Benjamin. Again, I feel like I'm in trouble. It sounds like a threat. It's my birthday tomorrow, Benjamin. How about a heavily discounted Gumroad? Oh. Flick us a DM as a reminder on Instagram. Happy birthday for tomorrow as well. Chris, I'm using Photoshop. I want it to be like a typical like gun. What could I? This is where some like style reference could come in handy. See, this looks fun. This guy looks a little bit more like menacing, but like unhinged almost. As I said, DM me, Mark. The Redacted. I have a comedian I watch from time to time that is from England, Jimmy Carr. Yeah, I know Jimmy Carr. I don't know him, but I know of him. He is just amazing with the way he owns hecklers. He does it with class too. Yeah, I love comedians. I watch a lot of them. It's a lot of the podcasts that I listen to. I just like comedians listening, like talking about comedy and that sort of stuff. So this line here, what? Where did I draw all this on? Oh, of course. Yeah. Don't forget the power source, thank you. Right here, we've got the power source. It might be glowing. Okay, that's here, merge those two bad boys. Now this is not like a physical thing as such, it's going to be like a, I don't know, something's going to be coming out of the gun, so it's going to be maybe even like a little bit more like this. A little bit more ethereal, I guess, so it's got like something like that. And we could even get really cartoony and it looks like a hand that's like picking him up. That seems very like Nickelodeon. Do you guys remember, like if there's a bad smell, or like you've got the fumes of like a bad smell when it sort of like goes up into the nose and like there's like a hand? Could do that. It's kind of funny. Maybe not. We've just got to, I can imagine it doing like a little halo effect around him, around his character. To be like, all right, I've got you. It's sort of like he's locked on. I think like leaves and stuff should be like debris sort of whirling around. And that can go nice with the clouds in the background. Oh, we got something's happening here, I'll tell you what. It's feeling like it's coming together. We've got a ways to go yet, but... Mark, you can call me whatever you want. You've got free reign. As does everyone else. Kuro, welcome. Good to have you. Okay, let's get this one. Erase our original guy in the background. So then we can bring the opacity up. Then we go this guy, this guy, this guy. Merge those two so they are one, they are combined. Then we knock them all down and then we go to our line. I'm going to need this guy as a reference and him as well. What layer am I on? Okay, I was about to draw all on a different layer. I've learnt. Let's call this one line work. Let's get even more fancy. Let's color code that so we know exactly where we're at. Okay. Let's think about these forms, eh? What about the eye? Let's knock it down even more. I mean, this could even be like a helmet, or it could just be his skin, like a more organic sort of object. Thinking about this iris inside that ball, which allows me to then make more accurate lines. And still have the thing feel 3D. Now even with the cheeks, they're in 3D, so this is going to sort of wrap around. Let's add in. Make his teeth a little bit sharper to make him feel a little bit more menacing. Awesome, Redacted. Awesome, yeah, anatomy is something that I want to do some more streams on as well, because that is a topic that fascinates me. It's really, really fun. You got the Cintiq 24 Pro. I'm jealous. Good for you. Oh, you're kidding. Drawing on the wrong bloody layer again. This is ridiculous. This is such a problem. I want to fix this with a script somehow. I don't exactly know how. I think I can figure something out. Oh, me too, redacted. Ooh. Yeah, exactly, redacted. There's always a better setup you can have. I mean, up until recently, I was working with a very old iMac from like 2015. It was slow as anything, but it did the job, you know, like to a certain extent. It got me up to that point of like a couple of months ago. I kind of like being a little bit scrappy, you know, like not having the best stuff. There's something about that. But also I like, I would love the 27-inch Wacom Pro display. Robert, the alien reminds me of the alien character from Jimmy Neutron when they got abducted and they had to solve. Yeah, he's feeling like that, isn't he? A complete accident. Maybe I have to change him a little bit. This is what happens, right? It's the things that you're influenced by from a long time ago can come back without you even realizing. I heard from my relatives about that part. Yeah. I don't think it's a matter of being ungrateful necessarily. It's like, well, it's not the way I see it. It's like a tool, right? So it's not like a new pair of shoes or whatever. It's like it allows you to potentially better express or be more efficient at your craft, right? Nothing wrong with wanting stuff. I don't think. But having it be the crutch, I don't think that's helpful. Right, let's think about this gun. How like it should be like a little bit longer. Maybe it's like a different way of holding it. There's like a different way of holding it. So instead of it having like the grip like down from the barrel part, maybe the grip is just like at the back. Nyahahahi. Is that Jimmy Neutron? That rings a bell. Cinema Time, I love your new character that's talking your social media as a cartoon style of you. Thank you. Yeah, it's an experiment. It looks a little bit janky at the moment, but he'll be making a return. I got some good feedback that it was a little bit distracting, so I've just got to pop him in at the right places, so it's not as annoying. That's the thing, right? You just got to try stuff out. And I figured out how to do that day. So I was like, all right, how do I use that as fast as possible? Cool. Let's try it in a reel. Do you prefer drawing subjects of a piece by themselves or within the piece? Do you prefer drawing subjects of a piece by themselves or within the piece? I like both. I've become more and more of a fan of having them interact with one another, because it just is more fun. Ben, do you use color dodge? I do, but at the very, very end. It's like the last thing I'll do. I want to give some dimensions to these thruster things. Now he's feeling a bit more solid. But if you ever get a chance, Pete Holmes, X-Men and Batman, and even Street Fighter Red Tape is quite a laugh of segments. I have to check it out. I would almost try with the rendering of this one to not go as tight with the rendering. Like show some of these sketch lines underneath it. One, it speeds up the process, and two, I want to experiment with, I've been wanting to experiment with that. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? A bit of Magneto. Alright, so we've got him in place, more or less. We can clean that up even more, but I want to start thinking about the lumberjack guy. And then we've got to get some squirrel reference. This is going to be interesting. Okay. This guy. This is the expression I want. So let's think about his shapes. So his head's going to get cut off because he's looking over his shoulder. Maybe. I don't know. He's got a little bit bigger ears. Go abstract, Ben. Give it vigor. You just can't even understand what's going on. It's my style. This is why I might have to. This is where I might have to think about a bit of anatomy. How would I be looking? So if his, maybe he's going back more in. So if we think about his back here, so we've got his head. He's like looking up and away. I just don't want to make his neck look like it's broken. Those are big traps. Cinema Time, did you try simple 3D animation before? I haven't tried 3D animation. I would love to. That's what I'm working towards, I think. Converting these characters that I make into 3 dimensions. He's actually even bigger, isn't he? Yeah. He's even bigger than that. Please tell me I'm on the right layer. I had a feeling I'm not on the bloody right layer. Now I'm on the right layer. Get out of here. Robert, it's a lot of practice. And I do a lot of different strokes still. I still do a bunch of strokes. But simplification is like one that's really, just the idea of simplification has really helped. sure that the expression is clear. We can push this more, I think. Like that he's surprised and terrified. We could, instead of, because what's going to happen is this axe is going to come like all the way out here, right? What we could do have it more foreshortened, so then it sort of allows us to sort of cap it at a certain point instead of it being super wide. But we can always move him up so he's, yeah, that's not a bad idea actually, moving him up in the composition so he's already further up off the ground. And that still leaves us room for adding backgrounds and all that fun stuff. Are we going to get some trapezius definition? Probably not. Probably not. Because he's got his shirt on. We'll get some hairy arm definition there, that's for sure. There you go. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Where do we put the squirrel? I did have him hanging off his arm. And we've got some empty space here, which could be filled with some of the background elements and even... Yeah, we can fix that, that's cool. Alright, let's clean this up. Let's clean this up. old flipperoo, how's that feeling? Not bad. Now we've got to think, how's he going to hold the thing? So if I think, not perfect, but good for like just having an idea. I want this to feel a little bit more organic, so it's not just like a perfectly straight sort of axe. But it's pointing towards us, right? So if we imagine like this pencil is pointing towards us, so we've got to take into account that. You could even have like bits of wood and stuff like floating up with him as well, which could fill in some of this empty space. We could have a play with that. Dorky, welcome back, my friend. I hope you've been well. Okay, so this is a little bit of a tricky angle. Nothing we can't handle. You get it? Huh? So I want to think of this as like a cube or like a rectangle in perspective, right? Before we get all fancy with the shape and everything. Facing more towards us, we're not going to see too much of the axe. Unless it's a big boy. Have that typical little chip in the axe. Yeah, the axe is looking jank. That's alright. Foxstraw, welcome. I appreciate it, Dorky. Yeah, it's been a journey to get here. I wonder if the axe is the right thing to hold. That's another question. And maybe instead of being in the middle of the... Maybe it could actually be cutting into the corner. You might need to push him up further even, so that this perspective, like he's not right next to the guy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced that the axe is necessarily the right move. Maybe it's because it's not looking like an axe yet. And my music stopped. Oh no. Quick. No. Load more. Okay, we're back. This is where I need to get some axe reference, but that can wait for now. Might go for another hour. 45 an hour, because I'm wrecked right now. I am running on fumes, so. But, drawing on the wrong freaking layer. I was doing that whole time, wasn't I? Oh no, just that part. We can redo that. Aaron, welcome. Enjoy your lunch, Robert. That sounds fantastic. I've not eaten yet today. And it's 3:56. I am bloody hungry. Jealous. Who's this guy? This is a lumberjack guy that is getting abducted by an alien. So that's the woodlands part, is this guy. Now I don't want to get too detailed in the background, right? I want the detail all to be in the front and his face kind of, and maybe what's going on here, but this can kind of keep pretty simple, I'm thinking. Now I'm going to do a new layer, so we've got old mate Lumberjack on here. What else did we have? In the background. Yeah, let's try and do some of these spirally bits and pieces to see what's going to be visually appealing. Colaquitos 123. Hey, the color triangle is some kind of Photoshop add-on? No. No, you literally go here, color wheel. Well, that's what I've done. Or you can go that one, or that one, or the hue cube, which is the color wheel. Ah, good call, Mark. Thank you. Didn't see that until I read it. Okay, where are we at? Okay, let's do these squigglies, hey? So he's got his ray gun. So I want it to, what is it, anti-gravity sort of thing. Let's give myself some room, shall we? So we could even think about this as like a ribbon, right? So we can kind of kick back and go into the distance. So we can say, okay, this part of the ribbon is going to be closest to us, and then it's going to come back into the gun, and then this ribbon is going to go back just as a base idea, and sort of encapsulate him maybe somehow. And then we can do all the fun parts of making it all goopy or whatever an anti-gravity thing looks like. I don't know. It's probably going to be translucent of some sorts. And then we've got to think of the direction, so it's going to be shot out, so if there's things flinging off of it, I don't think they would be going this way necessarily. Maybe they'll be falling backwards because there's like momentum to it. Then we can think what we need is to frame it. So let's add in our extremities to say the background, because I want these guys to pop out a little bit. Like I like how some things pop in and out of the background. Maybe there's our ground plane, and we've got some hills. And we've got all the trees and stuff in the background. Then on these hills, we could have some of these chopped down trees. Maybe a couple that are still standing, that are yet to be cut down. And we might even have like an indication that you've got others that are getting abducted in the background. That could fill in this space, just like a nice little, I don't know, something. And then let's have a look. Yeah, so we had the clouds, didn't we? So we sort of had the clouds. These are going to be interesting because I'm not really too familiar with doing clouds, but I can figure it out. We can figure it out. We'll get there. And some birds in the background going like, oh shit, it's going down. So that's feeling a little bit clearer to me, where we're at with it at the moment. I think let's push him more into the foreground. Let's outline him just a little bit more. The little alien dude is giving me life right now. Yeah, I want him to be more like cheeky. Rather, like menacing, cheeky, sort of a little bit playful, not like I'm gonna rip your spine out of your ass and drink your whatever. It's just, yeah. We're just farming you. Nothing to see here. But he's enjoying himself a little bit too much. I don't like how this just comes down here to nothing. There's a way to bring it back. I was even thinking of like him holding onto a branch. Like you've got some lower branches here maybe, and he's like literally just like hanging on for dear life just off of a branch. But then it's like, then we could have his axe floating. Maybe. Or he's like holding his axe back here. This is all the stuff that I want to figure out now before I go into render town. We could have the squirrel holding onto his shoulder maybe. Whatever, I've still got to figure out what a squirrel looks like. But he did fill in that space nicely there. Yeah, we'll come back to him. Let's outline this guy a little bit more, bring him into the foreground. And then we can do a value test to see how it's all reading. What happens if I do this? Does that balance? And then bring the axe down here and then leaves a little bit of room. I like it that way. I finally got my first illustration opportunity to do a character design for a children's book. I definitely will be having a little Ben on my shoulder to guide me. Congratulations, Blissful. That's awesome. That's freaking awesome. Well done. How'd that come about, if you don't mind me asking? Blissful, I was literally on a bus sketching and the author saw my sketches and gave me his email to send my portfolio, and next thing I know, I get an email to join their team. Holy frick! How's that? That's freaking awesome. So what do we learn? We all get on buses and we draw. That's the moral of the story. And get on, but exactly, Mark. That's the key. Okay. How are we feeling about this? It's getting somewhere, right? It's not... There's some iffy things, for sure. I've got some issues with this. And I think we could do some cool things with even the vignetting of stuff as well. Like it's a little, we could make it like off kilter because it's kind of like a whoa, what's going on? It's the surprise, right? So now we can think about maybe some of these leaves and debris and all that sort of stuff, sort of kicking back in perspective. Got a bit of movement, we would still be able to see the background. Now the background, I think then is, once we do a value test, I think then we do the background first and then move forward. Or kind of is just do the background and then do the two front characters, which I guess is the same thing, but that's fantastic, Blissful. Really well done. I couldn't draw on a bus. It would just be like this all the bloody time. Just like, but no, really, really well done. Congrats. You know what? This is a kickoff point. It's one of those stories that you tell people is like, how'd you get started in illustration? Well, I was on a bus one day, you know. Don't let that happen. That's imposter syndrome. It will happen. I get it. I've got imposter syndrome right now. You know, I'm doing something that's out of my comfort zone. But it's good. That's where you want to be. Just outside your comfort zone. Alien, how you doing? Ben, how do you do your blending of colors and what would the best brush settings be for painting and blending? Big question. It's a hard question to answer right now because I'm not in that zone. And it really depends. But blending them in particular, I like to have a little bit of opacity, let's say. I reckon I'm winding down on this one for today. I think we've got somewhere. I think we've gotten somewhere, and I'll show you a blending technique in a second. I just want to make these, maybe this a little bit more. And then I'm going to go my own time and start getting some more environment reference, I think. Alright, we'll leave that there. So this was meant to be a value test, but we will, let's be good citizens. Group these, copy them, good citizens to ourselves. Comp lines rough. Because then what we can do, it's going to let me, can do it before, copy that over, we've got our comp lines rough. Now we can go comp values. And then we can test some value structures, I guess. Starting off with, where'd this guy go? Oh, that's annoying. Below everything. Thank you. So now we can put that value there, then we just do a quick exploration of old mate here. Doesn't have to be perfect, I just want rough. Nothing's precious, we can always change stuff. And da, 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 da. So then we've got him in the foreground. Then I think you might have to do some gradient work maybe, which could be fun. As this guy sort of goes back in space, in time. No, just space. So I'm not even thinking about local colors of anything or nothing like that. Just a quick little, oh, my hand's slipping, and this lasso tool is annoying because it's gonna mess up. Have I got it? Yeah. Cut out some of these shapes. All right, so I don't want him as dark as this guy necessarily. We might do, I don't know. I need to go back and do some more study. Maybe it's like that. Something like that, maybe. And then we've got this thing in the bottom. Maybe that is pretty light because we don't want it to be, whoa. One tick down. Maybe just go a little bit lighter. Something like that maybe. And then we can test some lighting. Maybe not today. He looks like he's too close to this guy, so maybe we have to move him down. But yeah. Something like that, and then with the background, maybe we play just with this idea. Lighter. A little bit darker, a little bit lighter. So the sky is going to be like the lightest thing, maybe. I guess I'm saying a lot of maybes because I've got not a clue. And maybe there's grey dates. Grey date. Up. As it sort of it gets darker in the foreground as it sort of goes back, and then maybe these guys are just a tad darker, maybe they're smaller, maybe there's more of them. Starting to look like something. This is the tricky part. This is where I need more study in the composition. And then maybe the clouds are like the brightest things. So I haven't forgotten about the blending, don't worry about it. I'll get there. Then if we just do some swooshy things for the clouds. We'll need to play around with that. I don't think anything should be like 100% white, if you know what I mean. We can play with gradients on the background. So if we grab that color and then we go one tick down. Whoa. Whoa, 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 no, thank you. Nope. Anyway. Maybe we can darken everything down to give us some room for the background. So we got that one. So that's where it stops, I think. And that one collapse then. So I'm just trying to find some hierarchy here, right? So you can kind of imagine blue sky, clouds and all that fun stuff. Knock this down a tad. We still want these guys to be front and center. And the local colors are gonna help us out with that as well. But there we go. That's where I'm leaving this guy for now. Or these guys. Then we just gotta push things back and forth, and yeah, we got somewhere today. I'm happy with it. What's your favorite part of drawing? I like it all. To be honest, there's no favorite really. My favorite part is when it looks good, which is oftentimes a struggle. But I like the rendering. I'm falling in love with this sort of like ideation sort of stuff as well. So we've got our two ideas. He needs to be a lot lighter. So we can just, because we've got him on separate layers. See, I can just play around with this. all day long, because I know I've got some experience now knowing that this is going to help out a lot when we get to the rendering. It's just going to be like, okay, cool, our decision making is more or less done, and there's less we have to think about and stress over. Maybe I grade date this guy. Maybe we get, this is the darker color and this is the lighter color. It's very subtle. Uh-oh. No, other way around. Something like that maybe, so it's like, I don't know. His this is all out of whack. Perspective wise, I think. So I've got to fix that. So let's write some, let's get the red pen out. I've not forgotten about the blending. The blending tip. So we'll write some notes. Fix. Perspective. Of axe. Alright, that's a keynote of what I want. Now I might even just hop into the Discord quickly and create. I haven't done this yet, but are you gonna open? Where are you? So if we come here, got it. Let's add in, oh, you guys are the Rick BW, appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to create a channel and call this season 1 episode, or just season 1. What do we do? What is it? Woodlands, Thief, and what's it? Surprise. No, not private. Cool. So if you guys want to join the Discord, that'll be here for you to put your submissions in. Not submitting for anything, just to put it in here, get some feedback from everyone else. And yeah, and if you share it on Instagrams and all those types of things, I'll throw it in my stories. Okay, blending. Let's go to this guy, right? I think this might be a good example. So just to wrap it up, you see how it's kind of rough at the moment? I'm going to clean up this a little bit more. Yeah, and there's a link in the description for the Discord as well. So, I should have said that up front at the beginning, but it's alright. So let's find where I've got this skin. So I want to work on the skin. I'll turn the helmet off. So he's out in the open. He's not breathing any air, which is a bit of an issue. Remove the hand. And this is the thing, right? You can go like, I could probably leave it here and it wouldn't. It's more personally for me that I want to go deeper with the rendering in this. Because I'm sharing it to Instagram, it's going to be like that big. Right? It's, from a detail perspective, it's really up to you where you're putting it. Okay, so I've got that shadow layer. That can stay in. Let's just find the head. So we've got the head here. Alright, so you see I've started to add in some specular highlights and that kind of thing here. Let's turn them off. And I'll grab, let's just do like a hard round brush. Same deal. The only difference between this and other ones is just a bit of texture in reality, right? So what I'm thinking about when I'm blending colors, so let's look at a place to blend. And this is if I want to blend. I'm thinking more and more as I go throughout my artistic journey, how I can sort of design shapes more. Right, so I might want to keep this hard line here between these two sections, say, of the nose. But if I wanted to say blend this color, right, and blend here, what I do is I would pick this. Let's say this is a little bit darker, and I didn't want it as dark, and I wanted to blend the two together. Make sure I've got opacity on, so like the lighter I press and the harder I press, the sort of opacity changes, right? And what I'll do is I'll turn off shape dynamics, because I like it all the same shape. Let's say just like a consistent shape. And I might even turn the opacity down. And there's a bunch of different ways to do this. This is why it's like a tricky question, but this is one way to do it. So say we come here and I want to put this edge on his sort of cheek flap here, right? And then I want to blend these two. I'll grab this color and I'll just feather it out, and then I'll take this in between color and just keep doing the same until it sort of disappears. Right, but say I wanted to keep that ledge in, I might just bump up that brightness just ever so slightly and say, okay, I want to make this a shape here. Right. We can keep that as shape, and then we can even keep parts of the shape more of like a firm edge or like a harder edge. Then we can blend this out completely, doing that same thing, just color picking back and forth, right? So you have some difference, right? And if I wanted to smooth this all out, and you can do the same with an airbrush if you want to get like really soft transitions. Excuse me. You can do this same technique but with the airbrush, and it's going to give you like a really, really soft, smooth transition. Right, you can barely even see where this is technically lighter than down here, right? But only by a tiny bit. Alright. Let's say if we wanted to smooth out this nose and blend this nose a little bit more, I'd do the same. But not just blending it for the sake of blending it for a reason. Why? What's the purpose? It's because the light is hitting this part right here, so I want to make sure that this is the lightest part, and it gradually transitions down. Not just blending because blending's cool. Blending is cool. I almost would prefer to not blend at first. Keep them, let's say, like, this is just a hard brush that I made. Keep them staggered and stair-stepped, because even with that, you can get a blend, right? Even with a hard brush, you can blend. It's all about values. If we knock the values back, the values read like this is a curved object. This one, let's turn the shape dynamics to pen tilt. Why are you not tilting them if it's on pen tilt? That's annoying. Pen tilt. Oh no, it's working now. Okay. So I know that this is just a flat plane. Right, I might have like a gradient from the top here, and ever so slowly just color pick, or just pick the in-between colors, right? And now we've got this color, which is like super bright, and then we've got this color, which is a little bit darker. We've got that nice transition between the two. There's a lot of finessing and that kind of thing, but there's thinking behind it. It's really, again, like I said this at the beginning, these are just tools to get to an end result. The real question is not so much how. Yes, how is important, but why? Why are we blending? Is it the stylistic choice? Is it like what? Yeah, just consistently asking yourself why. Right. I can blend this all in just with this hard, flat brush. And it has sort of like that blend there, but I might not like that. The way we can do is, if I want like a ledge there, I can easily come in and just add a little bit of a ledge. Maybe he's got like a little bit of a sunken in jaw or like cheek, and then we can start carving, which is good fun. Right, now he's got like a ledge on his jaw. Maybe that's a little bit too harsh, so then we just knock it back a little bit, just color pick over the top of it, and then it's just a little bit more subtle. Right, so I've got a little bit of that work to do on him here. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Alien, if you're still sticking around. Q, I think the man's legs look a bit weird. Let's have a look. Yep, I agree. LeGrand, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, I'm getting used to keep commenting on the videos. I will get back to them, I promise. It's I'm just getting into a routine with YouTube, really, because I'm just in a routine with Instagram doing the comments at a certain time. I've just got to fold YouTube and bloody TikTok and all the other ones into the fold as well. So it's just, yeah, I have a little bit of a ramp up time to get into the rhythm of things, but I will get there. Foxdraw, favorite artist at the moment, Rob Ruppel. Rob Ruppel. Let's go check him out. Yeah, Thumb Guns. I've got to have a chat to I think it's Ray. We need to sort of ease up on the links, or just have like rename those channels to like community resources or something like that, so it just cleans it up for people's artwork. So yeah, that's something I'm on the to-dos. Baha, hey Bang, can you make and put your brushes pack in the description? It's in Photoshop, my friend. I haven't used it. Thank you, Mark. I haven't used any of Ahmen Aldoori's pack today. All of the ones that I've used today are from Photoshop, and I've used one Max Grecke brush, which is you've got to get his Gumroad tutorial, which I highly recommend getting anyway. So you get that with his, but you can get something similar with this mega pack. So what you do is you go up here and you go get more brushes, and that'll take you through to download the mega pack, import it into Photoshop, and you're good to go. Catch you later, Dylan. All right. On that note, I think we've got somewhere. So let's do a quick little recap for myself to see where we've come from, because you can sometimes get a little bit caught up as to what we've achieved and forget where we started. So So we started with our composition ideas. We added it into our value tests. We started off with this page here with all our compositions and bits and pieces. We landed on, we were initially going to go with this one, but then I was like, nah, it's not clear enough. This one felt better. Then we started to play around with this kind of feel. I actually think we could lower him because I quite like where we had him before, but there were some issues with how wide it was going to be. But then we sort of came to this one, so we can maybe even lower him in the picture frame. The picture plane, I guess you could call it. Turn this guy around so you see his face. It's a little bit more engaging. And then we began the value step. All right. So after this value step, then we're going to do some color. Think about the color relationships, and that's when we're going to dive deep into some of these sort of references. All right. In the last stream, I mentioned all the names of all these references. So go check them out. And we can start to have some fun. I want to do a bit of this as well. Some of this like noise, texture sort of thing. I think that'll be really fun. And yeah, figure out the time of day. But more importantly, how's it going to support the story? We might have a bit more cloud cover. So we only see like some dappled light, and then some dappled light comes through here or something. I don't know. We can play. Sort of like this feeling, which can bring some, not realism, isn't it? Well, I guess, yeah, realism, but like not everything's just the one color. But I'm thinking about having it in the middle of the day, or maybe later in the day, so we can add some hues of different reds and all sorts of stuff in the sky. But before we get to that, figure out the values, figure out the structure, fix this perspective of the axe, and yeah, have some fun with it. Seems like currently woodlands looks like an afterthought. Will part of it join the foreground? Yeah, I'm thinking about having potentially like logs and stuff more like chopped like logs, so it's like a different spin on woodlands. It's not so much as like the traditional like woodlands. It's like, all right, he's kind of got rid of the trees, and then maybe we have some of those logs being like picked up or something like that, and then you've got the squirrel, which is woodlands. Again, I'm trying my best with this. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, no, good point, Thumb Guns. Baha, you know, in our country, we can't use more brushes of Photoshop. We can. Oh, I can't add these to the description. I'm sorry. These come with Photoshop, as far as I know. I can look into that. If I come here, get more brushes, it opens. There you go, Mark. Have the squirrel annoying the alien. That's a, oh, okay. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. What could be funny? It might be completely just unnecessary. We can have a squirrel kind of like flying in from nowhere with like a stick or something. So there is surprise from both angles. And he's just like a crazy, like about to hit the alien. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. Good call, Thumb Guns. Do you have certain days that you live stream, or is it whenever you feel like it? Today, these are like every Monday, my Monday, at around 11:30, 12 Australian Central Daylight Time, ACDT. Not the band, not ACDC, ACDT. Australian Central Daylight Time. But here's the link that it takes me to, right? The get more brushes. See if that one works. All right. On that note, I appreciate you all popping in. Awesome to have company while I'm doing this. It's a lot of fun. Hop in the Discord. I'd love to have a look at what you guys sort of come up with the Woodlands Thief surprise. I want to get something to eat and then get an early night, I reckon. I am wrecked. Anyway, catch you later, everyone.